Okay. Large stream says I'm live. Would it lie? Maybe. I'll have to take it at its word that I'm live. Today, we're about a week and a half from NaNoWriMo. I am definitely not prepared. I made a decision on what I want to do. I just haven't really prepared for it. Hi, Kate. Nice to see you. I'm not sure if you've been here before or not, but if you haven't, welcome. Like I said, I've been trying to get myself in the mood for NaNoWriMo and actually do something. It's been rough because I decided to rewrite my July camp project, which is a thriller, which I'm not really super familiar with to begin with, and I got way off track and I added way too many point of view characters, which was a big mistake. And now I'm trying to take it apart, use what I can, get rid of what I can't. And I have to do that dreaded kill my darlings thing because I got way too many people. Hi, Chocolate Witch. Welcome. Nice to see you. As I was just saying, we got about, I don't know if you're all doing Nano or not. You may be working on other projects. But, okay, I thought it was the first time, Kate. It's nice to meet you. And you too, Chocolate Witch. I'm pretty sure I haven't seen you. I'd remember that name. Chocolate? It would definitely remember that name. So a week and a half to Nano starts, and normally I've got a pretty good plan and I feel ready. And this time I'm having a hard time with it and having to take apart an old story to redo it. That's even harder because I didn't want to do that, but it's not working the way it is. So that's what I have to do. So Chocolate Witch says she's going to try it. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen. I'm going to try Nano. This is my first stream as well. Okay, great. First stream. I feel honored. There will be bountiful, especially during the time of Nano in November. You have all kinds of times to choose from because there's people all over the world. Being your first one, you may find it overwhelming. It's not even my first one, and I still find it overwhelming. 50,000 words is nothing to sneeze at. Definitely nothing to sneeze at. So, on my streams, we're very laid back. I'm the kind of person that what you see is what you get. I do not put on airs and all that stuff that some people do, just not me. Kate is prepping for Nano and definitely struggling too. I'm starting a new project, okay? I have a lot of planning still left, and this outline just doesn't want to cooperate. Outlines and I do not go together at all. I do not write outlines. I cannot write outlines. Even when I wrote papers in school and the teacher was like, okay, I want your outline. I'm like, uh-oh, because I wrote this whole thing without an outline. And then I'd have to go and put an outline together. So I am not an outline person. I'm a true pantser. Most I do is make a note of characters so I don't forget them, things like that. Especially now, I don't do that for short stories. They're truly pantsed. And, they're not that big. But for something this length, I do need to have a list of names, cities, things that may pop up that I need to remember. I'm creating a completely, even though it's a state, I live in New Jersey and I'm using New Jersey, I'm creating a new New Jersey. So it's all fictional. So I have to go through and make sure there really isn't anything by that name. So that's taken a lot of time trying to do that. So an outline I tried last time. I said, okay, I'm going to do an outline. I spent a lot of time during, that would be July camp. So it was in June. I spent a lot of time trying to outline. And it didn't work for me. I got started writing, and as soon as I started writing, I forgot the outline. I just started writing. Let's see. Sometimes I do this, sometimes I just respond. Chocolate Witch, I make a general outline in my mind, a few notes, then I start drafting. Yeah, kind of like what I do. I know what I want to do. It's there in my head, and as you go along, you just add to it. That's all. Oh, by the way, I talk with my hands. So good. So we've got several here that are working on prepping for Nano. Like I said, in my case, I'm taking an old story apart and have to separate some stuff out and get rid of some people and revise it, because by taking these people out, it changes the story. Hi, Dee Dee Kitchell. Welcome. You're prepping too. And I know you're new because I would remember your name as well. So thank you for visiting my stream. We're going to get ready and do one. Do you guys have a length in mind? I don't like to go shorter than 15, because for me, if you go 10, you no sooner start writing and it ends. So I'm open to suggestions. Anybody has anything in mind? I've written as long, I sometimes set them for 30 minutes, especially if there's only one or two people. I'll just set them for 30 minutes. But I'm open to suggestions. As I was explaining, you may not have heard, I am very laid back. I like to take it easy. And so let's see, Chocolate Witch says 15 to 20. Okay. She likes 30 to, okay. 30 is my preference because it gives you time to actually get something done. Okay, Dee Dee says the same thing. 30 works. All right. I think we're going to go with 30 for our first sprint. Give me a second here to pull up the timer. We're going to do 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. It started for me. How nice of it. Oh, I didn't get it big enough yet. I can't see that. I like to be able to see the timer too. Let's see. Okay. I got all the messages. I didn't miss anybody yet. All right. This is our first sprint of the evening. Okay. And we're off. See you back here in a little less than 30 minutes. All right. 30 minutes is gone. Actually felt like 30 minutes this time. Okay, so for those of you, and I think it might be all of you that are new, I am a blogger, which is my main thing normally, and I'm not doing this nano thing. But I've been kind of slack on my blog. And I just went back and I'm looking, and a lot of the blog posts the prompts that I was using have disappeared. So it's been a few weeks, and it doesn't take long for things to change. But as for, that's what I did during the sprint. I don't know, what did the rest of you do? How'd you do? Any comments? Get me thinking about the length of our next sprint. I wrote a couple I wrote one because I can't find, that's right, I wrote one blog post, and I've been searching for the rest of them and I can't find them. My only guess is they stopped them, and I've been finding some new ones. So I kind of cheated. I wasn't working on my nano project, which is not a big deal. You can work on anything you want. I mean, there are people that do their dishes during springtime, or take a nap, or read a book. It's a lot of things you can do. It's not mandatory that you work on your nano project. Let's put it that way. For those of you who are new, you may not have known that. Just because it's a live stream and sprinting's going on, it doesn't mean that you actually have to sprint. You'll see people list all kinds of things that they've been doing. So it's really not a big deal. Like I said, I ended up working on my blog a little bit, and I don't know what everybody else has been doing. Looks like we have another person here. Welcome, whoever you are. So if you're new, you don't have to. Nobody says you have to write how many words. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. It's, usually people like to tell what they've been working on. Okay, so we got one here. Dee Dee Kitchell says, I added to a scene I've been working on, and I plan to finish it during the next sprint. Wonderful. That's great. Definite progress. Let's see here. And Chocolate Witch says, I thought I dumped a thriller for this sprint. Oh, thought dumped. Excuse me. Sorry about that. My mind wasn't working there. I thought dumped the thriller for this sprint. Good idea. As I said, you can use these sprints for anything you need. Research, anything. It doesn't matter. They're just a way of getting together with people and getting some camaraderie going, some support, other people to hang with. It's some people like to write in total silence by themselves. Some like to have other people. So it's all on how you do it. So you got 221 words. That's great. I have to remember, I'm supposed to be keeping track. I'm doing the Milwordy. I don't know if any of you have been paying attention to that YouTube contest going on about Milwordy, about writing 1 million words in a year. A big thing by Kate Kavanaugh. If you are interested, you can go back and find her post. That's Kate with a K and Kavanaugh with a C. And she started this Milwordy, and there's a spreadsheet going around. Not only Lock, and that's Lock with an E. I'm pretty sure there's an E on the end. She created a spreadsheet to help people set one up if you want to set one up, if you want to do it. So there are other things out there going on, and a lot of people are into the mill wordy. I am nowhere near making even 250,000 words this year at the rate I'm going. Okay. Dee Dee loves thrillers but can't write them. I'm not sure I can write them either. This is the first one I've ever attempted, and I'm not really sure. Although I've read a lot of mystery thriller type books, I never attempted to write one, and there's a lot of stuff I've had to research, which is part of kind of what's holding me up right now. You know, I'm at a I besides rewriting it, I had gotten to a part where I got the people murdered, sort of. That still has to be fixed. But then knowing what to do, how do you do a police investigation and all that stuff? I'm not really sure. Never been part of that. So, yeah, they can be so much fun, but they definitely are hard to write. So, I don't have any tips for it either because I'm struggling myself. I will say, don't do what I did and add too many POV characters. Because I added way too many, and now I've got a really confused mess. That's why I said I have to kill some of my darlings, because I think it's just way too much and way confusing. And I don't want to confuse people. And if I'm confused, I'm sure they will be. So they're definitely fun. Love to read them. And hey, if you can come up with an idea for a thriller, that's great. I actually went on my blog and started reading. I do a lot of prompts, and sometimes the prompts, they're weekly, and they'll lend themselves to becoming a longer story. So each week I'll use the word or picture, and I'll write another section and put it together and put it, So I took a lot of that off. I went through a lot of my blog. I mean, I didn't even get all the way through it, and I found a bunch of stuff, and I put it together. I said, now this will make a great story. Just have to figure out how to put it, how to use it, and of course rewrite it. I mean, I can't use the way it is because it was done for a prompt and it's not necessarily written to fit that story. But that's how I got my idea together. And so I wanted certain things to be known, and the only way to do that is to have them as a POV character so that they could actually talk about it, because obviously the main character is not going to know something that this person over here did unless they're one of the POV characters. So I got carried away. Everybody was a POV character because I wanted it all to be known, and so I have to figure a different way of getting the story across, because some of that stuff is really important in order to make the story make sense. And if I'm talking too much, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get the babbling away. So anyhow, so somebody's working on a possible thriller. Cool. The other one has a scene she wants to finish. How many minutes do we want to go for this time? Did I miss something here? Oh no, I already saw that one. Okay. So yeah, about how many minutes would you like to go for this time? Oh, wait a minute, Kate, I missed one. Oh. Hold on, I gotta see what Kate said. I didn't work on my Nano project either. Worked on a playlist for a completely different story. Oops. And now my dog wants to go out, so I'll be back in 20 minutes or so. Okay. Another one like me. But it doesn't matter. Like I said, you can work on anything you want. And it doesn't even have to be writing. anything you want is okay. And it's funny, we're getting close to the deadline and we're all writing things that have nothing to do with what we plan on doing for Nana. So, oh well, doesn't matter. But is there any certain word request or should I go back to 30? Or I'm open to suggestion. I mean, I'll probably work for the 30 because if nobody makes a choice of something shorter, because I got my son over here who texted me during that last sprint and needs some information. So I have to take care of that. So 30 minutes if nobody wants to do anything else. But I will give you a chance to vote. And this is a democratic it's a democratic site. If we get choices, I am certainly glad to go with them. Dee Dee likes 30, but she's fine with what works for everyone. Well, that's basically another thing for 30. So I'm going to set it for 30 because I got to find some information from my son. And that'll give me time to get back to him with what he needs. Because me and a text takes forever. And he doesn't like me to call. Like, he wants everything texted to him. And we have conversations by text. I'm like, I hate this because I'm not a texter. I have a smartphone. I know how to text. I'm not very good at it. So, but anyhow, I guess it's since he's asking for information, I need to write it out. Anyhow, I might as well text it to him. So I'm going to go ahead and make it a 30. That way there's plenty of time for whatever anybody wants to do. And let's see, let me pull up the timer. This will be our second sprint. 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, we've started. I will see you all back in 30 minutes. It was me. I don't know what's doing. I keep on unmuting it and it keeps muting. I am so sorry about that. That was definitely my fault and my computer. I'm going to blame it on the computer. I thought I unmuted it and it muted it right back up again. What I was trying to say was that I didn't get anything done on Nano, but I did get 238 words on a short story from my blog. I'm using a photo prompt and I'm writing a story. So it needs an ending. It still needs to be edited, but I got the bones of the beginning started anyhow. I'm not sure how long it's going to be. May not be a long one. It doesn't have to be. That's a good thing with most prompts. Some prompts have to be really short. If you do prompt writing, sometimes they'll request no more than 100 words, and that's hard to write a story, a whole story in 100 words. But anyhow, oh, good. You can hear me now. That's great. Sorry about that, Dee Dee. I don't know what. I was pressing unmute, and it just kept muting it. So I don't know. Technology, what can I say? And then the other thing was that normally I sprint Tuesday and Thursday nights at 8 and Friday nights at 11 with a few pop-ups now and then if I feel like I'm going to be writing. So I'll just go ahead and set a pop-up sprint to have some company. Thursday, I can't do this Thursday. I have to go to a sleep study. Not exactly my favorite thing, but I need to go back and be refitted for a new machine and mask for my sleep apnea. So I have to miss Thursday night. But normally I would be here Thursday night too. How did everybody do? Like I said, I got 238 actual written words in a story. So I feel like I got something done besides all that typing in the text that I did for my son. He got what he needed, so I did do that. I don't even put the sprinting banner on. I still forget those half the time. Either leave them on or leave them off. And thing is, I'm just getting back into it. You guys are new, so you may not know, but I just spent 6 weeks in a hospital a few weeks ago. And so I'm getting back into the swing of things, and I kind of forgot a little bit how this works. I mean, it's an excuse, but I am struggling to remember. So you finally finished your scene. That's great, Dee Dee. That's always great when we finish up something like that. It feels so good. Do you have to start another one now? The funny thing is, I don't know the difference between like chapters and scenes exactly. Okay, Kate. Oh, Kate's back. Good. See you. 141 words for you. And I just said, not on my Nano project either. So not bad. Trying to finish some rewrites for my Camp July project. Yeah. I'm not rewriting. I'm actually gonna, well, yeah, rewrite. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm not revising. I'm rewriting. Thank you, Kate. I'm glad I'm out of the hospital too. You too, Dee Dee. Yeah, it was a rough time. And 6 weeks, that's a long time to spend in bed. And Dee Dee says she's going to be working on an outline that isn't for Nano for the next one. Great, that's fine. It looks like none of us are working on Nano, which is not a problem. We're free to do whatever we want. Again, time thinking about a time. I'm got to do something with the story, and then I have to write a blog post in order to put it in and all that stuff. So I want to get some things on my blog because I've let it go all these weeks, months, I should say. So it's like I have to get my people back. Yeah, my first blog, I mean, my first live stream after getting out, I made a thumbnail says, I'm back, something like that, because it's been a long time. 30 again? Okay, 30. Sounds good to me. Okay, we'll do another 30 minutes and get the timer set up here. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All righty. Let's see. Let's see if I can remember to put the banner on this time. This is the third sprint. Sometimes. There we go. Third sprint banner's up. Good. All right. Maybe I should leave it unmuted because I just went totally crazy last time. Sorry if you hear clicking and clacking or my phone rings. But when I mute myself, sometimes I forget to unmute myself. And you see what happens? I have a whole conversation and nobody hears me. So I'll just leave it unmuted unless I have somebody come to the door or something like that, then I'll mute it. Sometimes my neighbor knocks on the door. It's 9:30, but that doesn't mean anything to him. He'll knock on my door till 11, 12 at night. So I'll see you guys in another almost 30 minutes. Okay. Well, another sprint done. I actually was productive. I'm actually unmuted. I don't know. Some people don't like that typing sound. Sometimes I think it even makes it louder being on like this. Sometimes I've heard some keyboards that really clack. And I don't know. But I was productive this time. I got another 212 words, completed the post on my blog and posted it. It's uploaded. So it's there. So that's 2 posts tonight. Nothing. Oh, no, I can't say nothing because I did do some writing on my nano project. I kind of squeezed in there a little bit. So I did do some, though not a lot. How did you guys do? Let's see, it was the 3rd sprint. Hopefully you got something done. Hard to believe it's been 2 hours already. Time sure flies. It's time to eat something. I knew I was hungry. Let's see what we got here. So Dee Dee says, I got some of the outline done. It was pretty productive, and this is really helpful. I'm going to have to head out for the night, but thanks for hosting. I'll try to make it back on Friday. Okay, I'm glad you made it. I'm glad it was productive. Friday night is usually at 11, a little bit later. I would love to see you again. And thanks for coming. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Okay, we got Kate. Kate says, I have 393 words. Great. That's a good job. 393. Making some good headway on this chapter rewrite. Good news. Good job. That's wonderful. I actually feel productive today, which the last few times, because sometimes it's hard when you're hosting because you want to write, but yet you need to pay attention to what's going on. My streams are still kind of small, so I don't have a lot of stuff going on in the comments that I have to super pay close attention to, like some of the bigger people have. So I actually got something done tonight. Plus I'm feeling better, so that helps too. Well, it looks like right now where it's just you and I, Kate. So it's up to you. I'll do another sprint if you want to. But at the moment, it looks like it's just you and me here. It's up to you. I don't mind continuing on. I don't mind doing another sprint. It's 10 o'clock here. I don't know where you are. It's 10 o'clock here. So, I mean, it's still not bad. I still have time before I have to worry about trying to get some sleep. So, I'll leave it up to you. Oh, somebody else is here. Welcome, whoever you are. Oh, great. That sounds good, Kate. Oh, okay, we're in the same time zone. Okay. I'm on the East Coast, New Jersey. So, yeah, 10 p.m. Yeah, sometimes that's one of the good things about these live sprints is you have other people with you, and you're not all alone, and you can share what you've written if you want to. You don't have to, and it's all a matter of how you do. Some people are very quiet and they just come in and they just write and stay to themselves, and that's okay too. So, okay. Do we do another 30? I know we've been on 30 the whole time. We can do that. We can make it shorter. I don't suggest making it longer because I think that's a little too long, but oh, DC metro area on the Virginia side. Okay. My son is in North Carolina right now. I was down there when I was first married. My ex-husband was in the military, so my son decided to travel. He went down to North Carolina, and he's loved it, and he's been there for over a year now. So we almost stayed, but we moved back here, which is just as well because marriage didn't make it. And so I'm glad I'm here with my family and not stuck in North Carolina by myself. The community aspect to help so much knowing other people are wrestling with the page too. Yeah. Another 25 or 30 would be cool. All right. That sounds good. We've been doing 30 all along. Might as well set it for another 30. So give me a second here to get this set up. It's a little bit faster when I don't have to change the number. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Sometimes it doesn't go right away. There we go. Okay. Now I got to figure out. I guess I'll go back to my nano project for a while. 6 p.m. Wow. Chocolate Witch is on the other side. Hmm. Yeah, it's getting late here. Well, normally I'm a night owl, so late is relative there. Lately, I've been so worn out, I don't stay up all night like I used to. I'm sitting here staring at this story that I have to rewrite, and I just don't know what to do with it. Wow, I wasn't paying any attention. Hi, Megan. Paying any attention. And where's that gum timer? Okay, timer off. I got carried away and I lost track of time. Nice to see you, Megan. You're off work. You've eaten dinner. Probably not going to do any writing, but just dropping in to say hello. Well, hello. Hope you had a nice night at work. I'm actually getting some writing done, though right now I'm working on my nano project, and it's giving me problems. But I did 2 posts on my blog, and one was a short story, so it's like the whole blog post was about 475 words or so, I guess. So it was quite a bit between the story and all the stuff I had to put in the blog. So I decided to do some writing on my nano project because I still need to separate these tremendous chapters I have. They're so long. Hi to Mama. Nice to see you. Oh, I'm glad you had a slow day at work. Yeah, it's kind of nice when you get those every now and then. Sometimes they're so busy and it's just nice to have a break to think. I'm not sure how yours are, but I worked in a call center and the calls were constant. They just, as soon as one hung up, the next one dropped in. You didn't even have time to think. So, it was rare to have a night when you actually even had a time to even take a breath and whatnot, because the calls just kept coming in, and rapid fire call center stuff is not my kind of thing. Because if I had a panic attack, I'd hit the not ready button. And of course that added time, which they kept track of. And I wouldn't get a bonus that month. And sometimes it's just like, it's not worth it. I need the time to rewind. I need to take a break. It's just all there is to it. So I'm glad your day wasn't too bad. Oh, 10 minutes between each call. Wow, that's great. Yeah, it was rare that we had that luxury. Sometimes on Sunday nights, it would calm down a little bit and they would have overbooked the amount of employees. So sometimes they underbooked the amount of employees and they didn't know how many they were going to need. And you were like, and I don't know where I was, we had to do both receptionist and calls, and you had to pay attention to your phone system and make sure that when the call came in, whether it was coming in as, through the thing to be routed, or if it was a call coming in to be taken. And sometimes if you're not paying attention, you take the call and then realize you were supposed to send it on. You were actually the receptionist. Like, they didn't have dedicated receptionists. The calls just came in and the thing would tell you what it was. And if you weren't paying attention, you could end up. And then, of course, if the supervisor was listening, you got yelled at for taking a call. You're not supposed to do that. I'm like, I can't take this. Hope you don't have to deal with stuff like that. So anyhow, let's see. Kate has 321 words, which is good. She's a few hundred words off from finishing the chapter. That's cool. I suspect my nano outline will just have to wait for another night. Yeah, we still have, what, a week and a half? Or you can wing it like I do. I don't even use an outline. It, I mean, when you're counting words, if I was writing the outline, I'd be counting those words. I don't care if it's outline or story. Let's see. Kate says, call center work is so intense. Closest job like that I've had was as a hospital receptionist, but unless we were in flu season, it was manageable. That was before COVID. I can only imagine. Yes, a call center, I could not have imagined really how intense it is. It can be a real headache, Megan. It really can. Um, I mean, I know some people are okay with that work and they do it without any problems. But I'm not made for that kind of job. I really had a hard time. Kate had a slower day at work too, and the land of government proposals. We had a big rush during September for the end of the government fiscal year, but now it's all slowed down, and I actually have time to write. Well, that's cool. Yeah. I've been out of the workforce 10 years now, and I can't imagine trying to go back in it, especially now. I know it's so hard. I know Laura's looking for a job. She's looking for a dream job. I hope she gets it. But yeah, finding jobs now is even harder than before. But they're different, so different. I mean, so many call centers now are working at home. I don't know whether that would have been any better, honestly. But like I said, the call center I worked in was one huge building with desks as far as the eye could see. I mean, you couldn't even barely see the other side of the building. It was so big. And you were sitting like feet from the person next to you. That's how many people they jammed in there. And that was just one floor. There were several floors. So yeah, it can be a real headache. So Megan's taking it easy. She's not going to write. I don't blame you. Sometimes you just need a break, especially after working. I had to do something that I didn't want to do. I didn't fire, but I had to call my care manager and tell her that the aid was not going to work out because the timing, I couldn't do the timing anymore. So I feel like really bad. I mean, she's still here. She came today and she'll be here till they find somebody or until she finds another job because of it. But I mean, it's not her fault. She has a kid and can't work the hours, but yeah, Megan, working from home is a big difference from working in a call center like that. Oh, Abigail's novel. You know, I have not seen Abigail in a while. I don't know even what she's up to. I haven't been watching too many of the people. Tamama's going to try to write today. That's good. Yeah, haven't worked on your work in progress in a while. I can understand that. I don't know if you work too, but I know a lot of these people are trying to work and write at the same time. Abigail's novel, I believe, is what, fantasy, if I'm not mistaken. I know when it came out, but Yeah, those call centers are difficult. They're really difficult jobs. And I can really appreciate now, having worked in two of them, just how hard they are. So when I call somebody, I try to be really, really nice. I mean, I am anyhow, but having, an understanding of what they go through, I try to be. You think so? I think that's what I'm reading. Megan, how do you not know what you're reading? Unless you're sleep reading. I mean, I'm not sure about that, the sentence there. You think so? Hmm. Hmm. Well, I haven't read it, so I don't know, but I'm trying to think back, and I think it's a fantasy of some sort. I'm not a big fantasy reader, personally, so it's not something that I read much. I read somebody's, they asked me to read it and critique it, so I did, and it wasn't that bad, but anyhow. Huh, you have to ask her, because I'm not reading it. The Dark Castle, okay. Castle, in my mind, would say fantasy, for sure. That came out, what, in the last few months? I know it wasn't that long ago that it came out. I'm not sure if I've read any, because I am not reading much at all lately. I'm not sure if I read, aside from the ones that I've critiqued, I'm not sure if I read anybody's work in here or not. I mean, I'm not buying books right now, so anything that's, that I have to buy, I haven't bought. So, but I write all different genre. I don't get in, but I don't do thrillers. I mean, I am doing a thriller. What am I talking about? I don't do fantasy. I don't care for fantasy or historical, especially historical romances. I really hate those things. I don't know the difference between the fantasy. I've heard the term high fantasy, but honestly have no idea what it means. It was not the very beginning of this month. It was before I went in the hospital. So it's been a few months since that came out. Yeah, someone that knows the difference, because I don't know. I honestly have no idea what it means. High fantasy usually has some kind of magic system. I always thought fantasy of any sort. Okay, I guess I kind of get what you mean by fantasy, by magic system. I kind of understand. I think not that I've read enough of them to understand. Okay, you haven't gotten far enough into the book. Page 12. Yeah, I doubt you can find out by page 12. Hmm, that's interesting, Tamama. Okay. Otherworldly. I know there's a devil to set up because you have to create a whole world, a magic system. You have to create all that stuff. So yeah, it's a lot of work just to set that kind of book up. Now, I think somebody said urban fantasy is present day in our world or something like that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know much about fantasy. It's not something I really read. Writing, so Kate's writing a fantasy novel for Nano, and they've been world building since January, just to try to make everything sensical. Wow, that's a long time. I can't imagine. I write in current, except my memoirs. Everything is in, right now. I don't know exactly even all the genres because there's some I think that, they break up into other things. So I don't know. I mean, like, I'm writing a thriller, but is it a thriller, a mystery? You got like psychological thrillers and yeah, it's like mine. I guess it's probably not a psychological thriller. Definitely a sort of mystery and a little bit of a thriller aspect to it. But I don't know exactly what the exact term for it is. I know they keep saying you should write in the same genre. I'm like, no, I can't do that. I write what I feel when I feel like writing. And I haven't picked a genre. Like, I don't have a thing for all thrillers or romance stories or whatever. Tamama says, took me a while to place my word and process into the thriller genre, and even now a little about it. I can see. That's what I said. I was just saying with mine. I know it's definitely a mystery. Does it fit the thriller category? I'm not sure because I didn't know exactly what thriller means. I've been calling it a thriller, but it might just be a mystery. I might be over calling that one. It might just be a mystery and not a thriller. And then you got those psychological thrillers, which are, when you start messing with the minds and stuff like that. And they're a little bit more than just, I guess, a thriller. So, yeah. Megan's pretty comfortable writing adult contemporary novels. I might want to branch out someday. I can see myself writing a fantasy someday. I know you've been writing pretty much adult contemporary. That's basically more what well, I don't know if you can, because like I said, this one has got the mystery thriller aspect to it. So I don't know if that's it's contemporary. I mean, it's in today's time, which I take contemporary to mean. It's certainly for adults. It's not necessarily a child's book. Kate mostly writes fantasy, but needs to branch out at some point, if only to have a break from all this world building. That I can understand. Not that I've ever built a world. I won't say I know exactly how much work that is, but I can imagine how much work. And I just can't imagine having to do that for every single book. I mean, if you write a series and it's all in the same world, it may not be quite so bad, but to have to write a world for every book you write, that's a lot of world building. Because I've been working some on my memoirs, and I do a lot of short stories and poetry and stuff like that. As I was just saying, I wrote that short story for that on my blog tonight for a picture I found, a picture prompt. So I wrote just a quick, simple, short story. Not a lot to think about, not a lot to edit, not, like worried about, too much. I just threw it together. It's not like Lars writing serious short stories, and it's a whole different thing. I like to write the really simple short stories. I've gotten some occasionally into the fantasy shorts sometimes, but not really much. Just in the shorts that I write, but nothing major. I had something to eat, and I'm not so sure it is agreeing with my stomach. It seems to be complaining. But I had to eat. I have diabetes, and I'm not eating right, and it's really affecting my sugar. So I ate, but now my stomach says, "Why did you do that? You don't want this." Kate says, definitely I tend to write several stories in the same world, usually a series. Okay, but yeah, it's a lot. Though since writing a dystopian novel is on my list, might be doing more of the same again. Now that's another term I've heard, but have no idea what it means. I've heard it many times, but I have no idea what it means. There's so much to learn. And it's like, unless I have to, I usually don't worry about it. I've never written a series. I've never written a full-length novel. No matter how hard I try, I cannot get past usually 30 to 40,000 words is the length that I am able to manage. Now with NaNoWriMo, the 50,000, that's really rough. And usually if I actually do make it, it's because I just keep writing things and not, I don't edit. So I just keep writing. And if I change my mind about the story, I just keep writing. I don't take anything out, just keep writing until I hit the 50,000 words. I'm like, hey, I hit it. Then later on I go and I take out what doesn't, isn't going to be in that story. But that's the only way I can actually ever hit like 50,000. I'm one of those little, small writers who write small things. Let's see. A dystopian is about a society that is undesirable or frightening, according to Wikipedia. Well, that would be quite a book. society that is undesirable or frightening. I think the quick and dirty definition is that dystopian novels explore social and political structures, usually repressive nightmare worlds. Oh, wow. I doubt I'll be writing anything in a dystopian genre. My mind isn't even able to comprehend trying to write something like that. I like to keep in this world, this time. Even reading wise, I've noticed that I tend to pick contemporary stuff. I don't like I said, a Victorian romance that, people love those things. I don't like them. I do not like them. And, yeah, I mean, like I read Charlotte Bronte and all those, writers back in the time when we were a kid and had to read them in school. I didn't enjoy that stuff, but I had to read it. We read a lot of books that I can't imagine reading today. One I hated was Lord of the Flies. That was a horrible book. All that required reading. I don't know if they still do now, if they still have all that required reading of the older stuff. Because my kids, when they were in school, I don't remember what the girls, they were older. My son, he never bothered to do his reading. And I can't remember what was stuff he was required to read. I mean, I know I guess they still do have required reading during the summer. I don't know. Did we want to write again another, yeah, right. What's it called? Another sprint. You were required to read Lord of the Flies? Okay, yeah. That was an awful book. At least I thought it was awful. When I was in high school about 7 to 10 years ago. Okay, so you're not that old. Kate, we had to read older stuff. Bronte, The Three Musketeers, all the classes. Okay, so they are still requiring the classics. I'm 64, so they were closer to being realistic for me than classics. Oh, good grief. Okay. Ready. Everybody's ready. Are we sticking to our 30 minutes or what? We've been doing 30 minutes all along. We got some new voices now, so you guys, you're 30 or have another request. So we've been doing 30. I think this is the fourth sprint. I don't know. I lost track. 30 works for me. Everybody else okay with 30? Megan's more partial to a 20, but 30 will also work. She's just going to be reading. 30 is good. Looks like 31. So we'll go with 30 again. All right, let me get the timer. Last time I lost track. The timer was going off. I couldn't get to it. All right, 30. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, see you all back in 30 minutes. Wow, another 30 minutes went down fast. Hi, Paget. Sorry about that. Couldn't get it off. And Paget just popping in to say hey and hit like it. Thank you. Thank you for the like. Something to put baby down. Wish I were spinning with you guys. Yeah, sorry you couldn't make it. We've been busy tonight. We've been doing 30-minute sprints. And getting things done. That's the main thing. We're actually getting things done. I just actually worked on my nano project. Like I said, I'm trying to split it apart, the old one, and rewrite it. Excuse me. And I'm going a different route, and I have to change things up. So I've been busy. I've written short story, did a couple blog posts. Everybody's been pretty busy in here tonight, and we've been doing 30-minute sprints, so we're doing pretty good. It's a shame you weren't able to join us. Sometimes, family does definitely have to come first. Most of the time, family has to come first. I'm past the days of having to put babies down, though. I know you were having a problem the other night with her and the popsicle. No problems with popsicles tonight, I hope. So how did everybody do? I got a good bit done. I mean, I did a lot of rearranging and taking out stuff that I'm trying to think it's not really necessary. I'm trying to go a different route slightly, and so it needs some more writing. So Megan has read more of Abigail's book. Okay, that's good. Kate, 278. So close to finishing the chapter. Oh, good. That's great. I haven't cut out a POV yet. I'm working on the two main ones, and I'm trying to make the first chapter switch back and forth to make them different chapters, because the one was super, super, super long, and I don't think they're supposed to be that long chapters, and I'm trying to figure out how to fit in, because I want the other POV in there. This is husband and wife, and I'm trying to break it apart and make it smaller, either smaller chapters. Like I said, I'm still not completely sure about chapters and scenes. They confuse me. To Mama didn't get to writing, realized she needed to work on this outlining video. Well, sometimes other things take precedence. Good thing you remembered. If it's something important, sure would be. Sure would hate to wake up tomorrow and realize you didn't do it, right? So that's good. You thought about it before it's too late. I don't know if I broke my toe or I just hurt it. I smashed it hard on this plastic crate, and it's got rough edges on it. And then I keep banging it, and it hurts so bad. I don't know if I broke it or not. But man, it hasn't turned purple yet. Last time I did that, it was black and blue. I mean, black, purple, black, really black. So I just stopped in the middle of a sentence because I was going to keep writing. I thought, oh, wait a minute, I got to turn that. I'm the one who's going to turn the timer off. And to stop what I was doing. I'm not sure how many words I just wrote. There was at least a couple hundred there, though. I know I did that. I know it was a couple hundred. I was rearranging and then adding and subtracting. So they're hard to count, especially when you're, adding and subtracting. It wasn't just writing story. I was trying to redo the whole layout that I had. And like I said, I'm an underwriter when it comes to the description, but I'm an overwriter when it comes to other stuff. Like, I read it and I'm like, why did I put that in there? like it makes absolutely no sense. You know what I mean? I don't know if you've ever done that, where you look back at what you've written and like realize that it doesn't add to the story. It doesn't make any sense. Well, that's what I did. I'm like, oh, I got so much stuff to take out because I was just writing in a hurry and, not worrying about it. Now it's like, oh, gee. Thank you, Megan. I hope it's okay too. The fact that it hasn't turned black and blue yet is a good thing, but it does hurt. And when I have to put shoes on, now around here I don't wear shoes, but obviously if I leave my apartment, I need to put shoes on. And tomorrow I have to go out to a doctor, and I have to go to the store to pick up my pain medicine. So that's, shoe time. Can't go barefoot there. But they will be coming off. Well, no, I can't, because when I get home, the physical therapist is coming, and he's going to make me start walking the halls, and I can't walk the halls in my bare feet. So again, the shoes will be on for several hours. And I really hate shoes because I just hate shoes. I was born without shoes. I should not have to wear shoes. I just think that's cruel. Cruel and unusual punishment. Shouldn't have to wear shoes. I don't know. So that's where we're at. Believe it or not, it is almost 4 hours. Hard to believe. Well, it's 11:45. I know there's a couple, at least one person's on the same coast as I am. Megan hates wearing shoes too. Yeah. It was terrible when I went to work because I couldn't find shoes. My feet are small, so I wear really less than a 6, but they're wide. And you know how hard it is to find a shoe like that? So my shoes never fit. They always hurt. I worked in an office that required you to dress up. So you couldn't wear a pair of sneakers, even if I could find one that didn't hurt. I had to wear, fancy shoes. I didn't wear heels though. I always wore flats because heels, well, besides being dangerous, how many times they've fallen off of a flat shoe. So you can only imagine how many times they fall off a high heel. I hate it. I hate it putting shoes on. So, lately I don't wear shoes unless I have to go out. And I liked it when all the doctors were doing televisits. It's like, great, I don't even have to go to the doctor, so I don't have to put shoes on. Like today's doctor was televisit. She FaceTimed me. The nurse came to me, so I didn't have to go out. But tomorrow I have to go to the doctor's, and I have to go get that medicine before they put it away because it's my pain medicine. I kind of need it. And I have to try to remember. It's like, where I think it's under the computer. It's like, where did I put that note to remind myself? I got to put it on my thing because I have to go to the store and get that medicine. I need to shop too, but I don't have time for that tomorrow. So. All right, Tamama says hopefully she's done now. Well, that's good. All right, well, I'm not really tired. So, I mean, it's up to you guys. If you want to write some more, we can write some more. And do another one. It's up to you guys. I will let you make the decision. Kate is happy to keep writing. If you want, I'm bound and determined to finish this chapter tonight. Oh, there's one. 4. Guess I only need one. I only have to have one of you to say. Should we stay at 30 or what? How much time do you think you need? Finish your chapter, if you can do it during the sprint. I could just set it for 30 minutes. I've been doing that all night long. Might as well set another one for 30 minutes. We want to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Well, I set it for 30. If you want to end before then, you can end before then. Megan, you can do another sprint. I'm going to just lay here. Lucky you. Just lay there. It's almost time for a pain pill. Speaking of pain pills. I'll try to look back at when there's, if I can try to look back when there's 5 minutes and stop it. So it's only 25. Good night, Megan. If I haven't missed you, I may have missed you already. I think this will have to be the last one because it's after midnight here now. And I do have to get up early tomorrow to go to the doctor's. So. Hi, Shay. Nice to see you. Congratulations to Kate. She finished the chapter. Wow. Good job. Lot got done in here tonight. We've been busy. No fooling around tonight. Well, I'm glad you're still alive. I just did quite a bit more writing. I'm surprised. And new stuff, not just pushing stuff around. We're down to 25 mark. I think that was Kate who wanted to do 25. Could be wrong. You're all done with your chapter. Kate's editing now. That's always fun. I'm kind of editing and trying to decide how to set the new story up. Okay, well, Kate's still up for it. I know I said it's late, but I'm still awake because I slept late today. So I am still awake. So if anybody still wants to write or whatever, it's fine. This is going to run out in a few minutes, so you can think about how long you want to do another one. I'll try to wait and see if there's an answer this time. Last time I kind of jumped into the 30 before I saw the 25. So are you working on anything, Shay, or are you just out and about? Tonight was actually productive. I think for pretty much all of us, it was pretty productive. Okay, so both Kate and Tamama still have some things to work on. Do you have a time in mind? I don't want to just jump in there and say 30 and you guys want a different time. So let me know what time you want to set it on. I'm not sure. I guess the few new people we had earlier must be gone. I haven't heard from them lately. Well, they're right in the background. I don't know, because I don't know who's here. I was surprised. I had a lot of new faces tonight, which is good because I didn't have any old faces. I'm getting silly. Don't mind me. Silly, silly. Kate says 30's good. She's getting her second wind. Now that she switched over to editing. Sometimes I like editing better than writing. You know, some people really, really hate editing, but sometimes they don't find it that bad. I don't even know what you call what I'm doing now because I'm busy taking apart a document, keeping some, getting rid of some, adding some. I'm not sure exactly what that's called. A mess. It's going to go off in a minute. All right, so I guess we're going to go. I'll just reset it for another 30 minutes once this timer goes off. Okay, so it's reset for 30, and I'm going to start now. Okay. To Mom, I got 23 words. Hey, that's 23 words more than you had earlier. Don't put yourself down. That's good. That's still good. I have gotten 2, 3, 6, 8. I've gotten almost 2,000 words since I started sprinting, which was 4 hours and 23 minutes ago. So, yeah, almost 2,000 words. So I can't complain over how much I've gotten done, for sure. We lost a couple people, I see. All right. Get back to what I was doing. Let's see. Kate says she got 228 for the last sprint, and that put her just over 1.5K for the stream so far. Great. You're doing good too. Yeah, I think this will be the last one though, because it's by the time I take my medications and stuff, we'll put it after 1 o'clock. And I just took some of my medication. It's going to start making me sleepy, so let me take the rest of it. Be ready for sleep. Let's see. Oh, I guess you couldn't hear what I said because I didn't have the headset on. Or maybe you could. The microphone picked up. The headset doesn't matter. What the heck's wrong with me? I can't think. The camera would have picked, and Mike would have picked up what I just said. Has nothing to do with this headset. That only allows me to hear the timer go off and keep the noise. Because otherwise it squeals and stuff if I'm not plugged in. I don't need to wear it, but if I don't wear it, I don't hear the timer go off, so. Looks like we have somebody new. At least the number went up. Welcome if you're new to the stream. Ouch. Bang my elbow. I'm at the same part in the story I get stopped on each time. I really don't like it. It's kind of important to my story, but I just don't know how to write it. I get stuck at it all the time. But I have to figure some way to put it in here, but I don't know exactly what I want to put in here. I hope this isn't going to be a rewrite that turns into a nothing because I can't do anything with it because I wasted all that time writing it, then rewriting it now, and I hope it doesn't turn into something I just can't do anything with. I'm just not sure what to do. This section is difficult. Just not sure. Wow. I'm paying attention. Almost done this one. Be ready for this one to go off. I got involved in something else. I was reading comments on my blog about the stuff I'd written. But I got sidetracked as usual. Doesn't take much to sidetrack me. Oh boy. All right. So, how did we do? We know that I did a few words and then I hit the same spot I hit every time, and it's like, what to do with this? And I kind of just stopped because I didn't feel like dealing with it. So then I went to my blog and started reading comments. So that was basically what I did. Anybody else do anything interesting? Wow. Almost 1 o'clock. Been streaming almost 5 hours. Wow. Haven't done a 5 hour one in a while. I've done 5 and 6 hour ones. As long as people want to sprint, I usually, like I said, I'm usually a night owl, and I just stay up and sprint and whatever. Okay. Kate said she wrote 208 this time and did some quick edits on 3 chapters. So relieved that chapter 6 rewrite is done. Thank you for hosting so many sprints. You're definitely welcome. Like I said, normally I'd be here Thursday night, but I won't be this Thursday. I'll be back Friday night at 11 o'clock, which is kind of late. But it's Friday night, so that's something that you have to decide whether it's something you want to do. But I will be there Friday night. At least I plan on it. And Tamama says she got 189 filling in blanks in an earlier scene. Okay, that's cool. When you do that, like when I'm writing and I get a spot and I can't figure out what needs to go there, I'll put like a bracket or something in a note to let me know what needs to go there. And then later on, I figure if I do a control find and look for the black brackets, I'll be able to pull them up and fix the areas I have to fix. Or do you do something different? Or do you do not do anything at all? Okay. Everybody's got different ways of doing things. I might as well put the screen away. I don't think I'll be doing any more sprints. That's some old old messages on there too. Okay. Kate is hoping to make the Friday streams. They stay up a lot later in the weekends. Okay, cool. I hope to see you then. Tamama says, depends on the blanks. If it's a word or phrase that's tripping me up, I type blanks and move on. Underscores, I guess they are. If it's like several paragraphs I'll be skipping, I hit enter a few times so it's a visual break, and then set the icon for the scene to be a red notebook so I know the stuff is missing. Red notebook. Are you using Scrivener? I still have to learn how to use that. Oh, should have read further. Using Scrivener. Okay. Where's Fall writes? She made it. Kind of at the end here. We've been at it for 5 hours. I think I saw you earlier in Heather's stream, if I'm not mistaken. Trying to keep all these streams straight is impossible. We've been pretty productive, Wordsfall. I don't know what your name is other than Wordsfall. And so this was a stream where I can actually say we all did pretty good. Surprisingly good. I think we all did. I made almost 2,000 words. 5 hours, 2,000 words is, but normally you don't get a lot done. Kate says, at Tamama writes, the visual break works great for me too, especially when I use the typewriter scrolling in Scrivener. See, I use Word, so if I have an area I use the highlighter and highlight it in a color if I know I need to go back to it, if it's definitely not working. And I want to learn Scrivener. I got Scrivener, and I just had to re-up it, and I couldn't find the key for that. It was crazy trying to find it. So let's see. Cracked Halo is at 46,337 words. Wow, that's great. Okay. And then Words Pearl asks, does anyone outline after the 0 draft? I don't outline at all. I'm a pantser. I have heard of people saying that even pantsers should outline after that initial draft. I still don't see the purpose of outlining. So I don't outline. I can't speak from the rest of them here because I know some of them have been outlining off and on during the night. So I really can't answer you. You did a lot of words. That's great. It's hard for me to even get to that many words. All right, I must have missed something here. Thomas says, didn't even know typewriter scrolling was a thing. Tamama writes, after a draft, not really. Kate Lyons at Wordsfall writes, I outline before the 0 draft and again for any rewrites. For me, I have to keep a running outline so I keep track of everything. Okay, so she's kind of in your ball field. Tamama, I've compared my plot points in the draft to a beat structure, though. And I say I don't even do that. Wordsful says I would probably do chapter outlines. And Kate Line says, Tamama, the scrolling is weird at first, but I really like to keep those blank spaces in the middle of the page. Okay, I think I know what we're talking about. And Words Fall asked Kate, do you do chapter outlines? Yeah, I don't outline at all, so I can't answer questions dealing with outlines. I tried. July camp, I wasted a lot of time trying to create a outline. And I felt like I was just writing the story. It just needed beefing up. And I felt like it was really a waste of time. So after I started writing, like an hour later, I found myself just writing like I normally do. Okay, Kate says that Words Fall. I write much better when I do chapter outlines. Yes, if I'm on top of my planning. I have detailed outlines similar to a zero draft with bits of dialogue and scene arcs. When I did try to do that outline, I tried to put in info, and I did put some dialogue that I wanted to make sure I didn't forget to use. Not that I expected I would forget it. I mean, I'm pretty good at that, but it just wasn't working for me. And I know people do so much planning. Words fall. I want to call you Waterfall. Words fall. It says that Kate Lines, oh, cool, we should talk Facebook or Insta, something like that. Yeah, if you have something in common, definitely find somebody you can talk to. I'm kind of struggling along because although a lot of people pants, I seem to be in the company of outliners. So not too many people understand where I'm coming from. But that's fine. I mean, nobody has to understand. Everybody does a lot of what, they have to do what they have to do. And I understand that. And I know a lot of people like to outline. Some do very simple ones, some very, very intensive ones. Autumn. Oh, okay. Words False name is Autumn. I am going to try and remember that. It is autumn now, so maybe I'll be able to remember. It's a very pretty name. Autumn. I like that. And you are talking about Instagram. I assumed Insta meant Instagram. A planter. I'm kind of, when it comes to these long, bigger, drafts, I'm kind of a planter because I found out that I was screwing names up by not having a list of names, a maybe timeline, of what I wanted to do to make sure I didn't forget something because it's so big, but it's not an actual outline. And that's right, like she's saying, Tamim is saying, she tries to keep outlining to a minimum because things change. And one of the cons, I guess you call it, of outlining is when you change, you need to change your outline. And that could be very annoying. I like to be able to just delete what I don't want and start from there. So, yeah. Kate says, to Autumn, Absolutely. I'm on Facebook more under this same name. I haven't been on Facebook in ages. The only thing I use Facebook now is to announce my Instagram posts, because that appears to be the only way I can write a post on my PC. And what I'm streaming on now is a Chromebook. So it has a camera and a mic. The camera setup wouldn't work very well for this kind of thing. I don't have a regular laptop, unfortunately. Kate says to Autumn, I just followed you on Insta too. Okay, well, I will put that down, and I'm not going to look it up now, but I will try to find you on Instagram and follow you. And I write under Tessa Writes Full Time, so you'll know who I am. I mean, I don't know if there's any other Tessas there or not, but I write Tessa Writes Full Time. I think I use that on Tumblr too, but I don't use Tumblr that often. My blog posts go through Tumblr, but I don't actually do anything on Tumblr. I don't find, maybe I'm missing something, but I just don't find much there to do. And Autumn says Illinois. I gather that's to Kate. So Mama also has, she also half lives on Tumblr. Yeah, I haven't figured out the exact purpose of Tumblr, other than to send my posts through it, which is automatically done by WordPress. It goes to Twitter, it goes to Tumblr, and it goes to Facebook. So it's automatic. I don't do anything with it unless there's an issue. And then I have to figure it out. And that can be complicated sometimes. But I'm not exactly sure what Tumblr can offer me. And I have so much time because I don't work. So you would think I could do so much more, but I'm one of these people that can't make great use of her time. So Autumn doesn't get Tumblr. Either she doesn't get it, understand it, or doesn't get it because she doesn't want to be on it. I'm not sure about that. What she means there. I don't get Tumblr, understand it. I just don't see. I signed up for it a couple of years ago. I think I used Tessa Writes Full Time on there too, possibly. So Mama says she's been on Tumblr since like 2011. Gosh, I can't even read with glasses on. All depends on who you're following. But I follow people, but I never see them again. And I don't understand how it works. So Kate says she has a Tumblr, but hardly uses it. I think I found some funny writing memes on there, though. Autumn doesn't understand what you do on Tumblr. It's a blog, and you can write stuff. If you never blogged, I think it's a little complicated. I use WordPress for my blog. My blog address is up on the upper left corner there. That's the last blog I started. I have three. I have three of them. I have my old writing, 10 years ago almost, my middle writing, and that one became a mixture of my life and things that I tried to, articles I found on things that I suffer with in case somebody else needs some help. Okay. So Mama says, Autumn, that's pretty much how I feel about Twitter. I don't do anything with Twitter either. Twitter is basically a waste of time. I was told that it's a good thing to have all these social social. Now I know I'm getting tired. Social something or others. Definitely having a problem. So Mama just mostly rewrites, just reblogs stuff that amuses her nowadays. And also fun to see the discourse spiral out of control every once in a while. Yeah, I check in, and occasionally I'll get an email saying, oh, all this is happening on Tumblr, you should check it out. So I will go to see. It makes no sense. It's really not my thing. Social media. Maybe that's the term I want. That it's a good thing to have all the social media. But if I spent all my time on all the social media, it would be crazy. I'm on Instagram. I'm not the best, but I am on Instagram. I'm on Facebook, both, a regular account and a, whatever they call that, where you set it up. And I set that up. I think Tessa author, and I send my stuff through there. When you first wrote discourse, of course, I was thinking Discord, and that's the new thing going around is Discord. Everybody's getting a Discord. And they're hard because they're not just like PC or laptop. They don't operate the same way. There's codes that, I forget the language that's written in. It's not normal. It's not normal like Microsoft language or whatever. So, Kate says, oh my gosh, the discourse. Seems like every day there's something new sweeping around Twitter. I keep getting notices. Check out Twitter, such and such. And there's not a lot on there that I don't know about. Well, not that I'm following. Don't get me wrong, I'm not keeping up with it. Right now, I'm a little disappointed because I have lost contact with a couple prompts over these last few months when I was hospitalized. And I don't know whether they stopped doing them because they were, a couple of my favorite ones. And I liked writing them every week. And I got a lot of stories out of them. because the prompts were good enough to write a story with. It's weird how it would fall in place. I mean, I still do it. I got a lot of them that I have set up as possible storylines. Sorry, I have to eat something. I know I should go check my blood sugar, but I think it might be dropping. So I've got raisins here. I know I should check because if it drops, I have to let my doctor know, but I don't feel like getting up and doing it again. Anybody else have any other discussions? All right. Don't get involved in TikTok. I've not even looked at it. That's one I'm not going to even set up a. So I'm not even going to set up a profile on there. Sometimes on Instagram, it's hard to find people because they don't use the same name that they use on something else. We're on them. Sorry. Are you ready for NaNoWriMo? Technically, no. I'm not ready. But since I don't have to outline, it's more of trying to break apart what I definitely don't want in the new story. So, Mama, I just finished my Preptobering, so I think I'm ready. I'm Webby. You're Webby? Some of the things I say are funny. I hope you're ready. Would be great. I don't know how much more I'm going to get done. NaNoWriMo, on the one hand, I'm so excited to finally start. Rebellion of Mirrors. Rebellion of Mirrors. Now, it's an interesting title. But on the other hand, my outlines aren't done, and so much world building still left. Okay. Yeah, you're dealing with the world building. Very time consuming. And it would waste time from your writing if you actually have to do it doing Nano. You want to have everything ready to go so you can just start writing. And normally I'm like waiting for midnight. As soon as it turns November 1st, excuse me, excuse me, hiccups now. Sorry about that. I'm chomping at the bit, but I am not quite as excited this year. And I'm not sure I'm actually going to finish it. I'm a little confused. So I'm going to keep pushing forward, hoping that I do actually start and actually work on it. But as I've said earlier, 50,000 words, for me, I seem to have a difficulty achieving. Which is why I like the camps where they let you set your own goals. One year I did 30,000 words as my goal, and I did over that. Last camp, I set it up as weeks. They don't have that option anymore when they changed their site. So all I did is count my hours. So how many hours in a day do I want to write? Multiply it by 60 to get how many minutes a day I need. And I made it just anything doing with writing. So if I was doing if I was doing research, it still counted because it dealt with the book. So it's one of those kind of things. And, Nano still worked, even though it was a very low number, obviously, because I wasn't counting words. So, of course, I won it because I was, 3 hours a day was no big deal. I could do that. And, I counted it up and I crossed the finish line with that one. Someone has told me that I am probably just a novella writer. I don't write long books. On the good side, I'm not planning on publishing anything unless I have a sudden change in income. And I need to try and make income. I am very low income, and making income would mess up my Medicaid, my state health, which I need very much. So I don't want to accidentally force myself over the debt, the maximum that I can make, and screw everything up, because then I wouldn't even get my medications that I need. My nebulizer medications are extremely expensive. I take 4. My insulin is very expensive. And, breaking them down into months doesn't make a big difference. So losing any of that help is going to be a big hurting. And next year, I'm almost 65 because I just turned 64. I will get a small pension of $126 a month. And you may not think that's much, but it adds up to $1,500 and some odd dollars. And if that puts me over, and it's out of my control, it's nothing I can do about it, but it could really screw my life up. Because I can't afford the insulin at the amount needed. I can't afford the nebulizer medicines, which help me breathe. So, and that's not even mention the normal stuff. So we have a week and a half until NaNoWriMo. Hopefully everybody will use it wisely. And go from there. These finances sound like such a headache. Goodness. Yes, they are. They are a headache. Autumn says I'm going to try and hit 50K before Nano. I'm at 46,337 words, but I am going to go to get off and go to bed. I don't blame you. I think I need to go to bed too because I'm not sure I'm making a whole lot of sense. Definitely time to start heading for bed. I know there's some people out there that are not quite as late as it is here, but it's 1:30 here, so I'm heading to an after 2 o'clock bedtime. So I forget what time I put as my timer to get up tomorrow. What did I put? Come on. I have to get up at 9:45. So that's not a lot of hours, especially when you suffer with I suffer from that, sleep apnea. So it's affecting my brain. The lack of oxygen to my brain is not good. It causes congestive heart failure so far, and it could cause a lot more stuff. Not looking forward to what it can do. So it was lovely writing with all of you. You are all welcome for the host. Again, my next one would normally be Thursday, but it's not going to be this week. I will be sprinting at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday. If you want to stop back in then, I would be happy to have you all. Over the weekends, of course, there's a lot more sprints, so you'll probably have a lot to choose from. So you are welcome to Mama. You're welcome, Kate. I miss Words. Autumn is going to a pumpkin patch tomorrow. Not sure the sentence makes sense, but okay. She's going to pumpkin patch tomorrow. I remember doing that when I was still married and taking the young kids out, so they could pick their pumpkins. They got so excited. And then they would cut some and they would paint on some. And it was always an exciting time through children's eyes to watch, what's going on. So I'm going to say goodnight to all of you. It was nice seeing you and hope to see you again soon. And I'm going to go now. So good night. Have a nice night.